Alrighty. So, we're back. I did actually stream some yesterday for Final Fantasy XIV, but we were mainly just chilling and doing gates in the Gold Saucer, which is where I have been living recently. And that is in order to try and get as much MGP as possible. You may notice I have significantly less than I did before. The reason being, I now have the Blackjack mount, which is, I believe, the only multi-seater mount that you can get that isn't hidden behind like an event or the paywall. I think there is a two-man one that you can get from Bosnia. Otherwise, I think every two-seater mount is either hidden behind an event or the cash shop. So I've now got both that and the Regalia, but the Regalia is much better looking. But that costs 4 million MGP. And is the single most expensive thing in the Gold Saucer, I believe, as far as I'm aware. So now I'm trying to get up to 2 million to get the second most expensive thing, and I'm kind of working my way back. Yeah, so that's what I just got. The Sabatender Imperador is next at 2 mil, then Fenrir at 1 mil, and after that everything is less than 1 mil, which shouldn't be as difficult to try and get. I'm basically just trying to milk the Moogle Tombstone event as much as possible. Oh, turns out I've not done that yet. On do those. Okay. So I can do that at some point. I mean, to be honest, I could potentially do that now, but I don't think doing it unsynced counts, though, to be honest. But yeah, that's done. We also went into the Baldessian Arsenal yesterday as part of the stream and got jabatted, and got Jabat Eureka, which is the Scholar's final Eureka relic. So that's 5 out of 15 done. But I've deliberately not been focusing on Eureka recently. I've been taking a little bit of a break. And honestly, I've kind of been taking a little bit of a break from Final Fantasy so far today. Despite the fact that I'm working from home. I only logged in actually after I'd finished work. But I did do something else. I did something that I, in all my time on the internet, have never done today. For the first time, I posted something on Reddit. Let's talk to the minstrel, because there's some extremes that I need to unlock from him real quick. Yep, so that is Ultimate Coil of Bahamut. But let's start with the extreme raids. But that's our first ultimate unlock. Byakko, you say? As in Byakko of the Four Lords? He and his comrades feature prominently in the Tale of Tenzin, one of the 3 great plays that are performed regularly, the Mujikoza. It so happens I know the story quite well. As a student of the fine arts, it was my duty to study it closely. I expect what you're about to tell me will be most enlightening indeed. hidden beneath hell's lid, a sanctuary for some, a prison for others. You spoke with the auspices of Ryzen Temple, and their leader was none other than Genbu of the Four Lords? A veritable character for the play come to life. Not that I would question the veracity of your account, of course. I merely comment on the incredible life you lead. And so it fell to you to quell the raging Aramitama of a legendary auspice in battle? My word, to think you faced the legendary White Tiger in battle, the Western Guardian, the bosom fiend of the hero Tenzin. Yes, I feel a tanker coming on. Forgive me. A form of classical Hingan poetry I was but recently taught by the actors here. It goes without saying, I have yet to master it. So I will thank you for not laughing at my fumbling attempt. Feared and forsaken, seeking death in solitude, saved by fellowship, Snow White harbinger of doom, become beloved legend. You know, in the tale of Tenzin, Byakuya was likened to a god of war with near limitless powers of destruction. Not to say the Byakuya you faced was a weakling, but the picture you paint is of a rather less intimidating auspice, don't you think? The sort some might even be willing to cuddle, or at least reach out and rub the belly. But perhaps he's grown more reserved in his old age. Perhaps in his troubled youth he more closely resembled his portrayal in the legends. Come to think of it, you're not altogether different, you and him. Blessed or cursed, with exceptional powers, defined by them in the eyes of many. Brave souls that rose to the occasion. That was a lot longer of a discussion than I was expecting. And so it fell to you to quell the raging Aramitama of a legendary auspice in battle. Again. Suzuku, or Suzaku, the auspice whose fiery plumage was only eclipsed by a passion for her comrade, Tenzin. Yes, I feel a tanker coming on. Okay, this one's a lot quicker, good. He's writing it very differently too. As the setting sun, the fire of my broken heart, cast shadows of you, 1,000 years of moments we shared in a fleeting dream. No matter the culture or the era, tales of love and longing never cease to resonate with the soul, do they not? And in Suzaku's case, there is the added element of tragic irony, a being misjudged by all save one singular man. A man she could have saved if only he was wrong and the world right. A man whose fate she could have averted, had she then the tremendous powers she only later came to possess. As moving a tale as it is, I weep to know that every word of it is true. And so it fell, blah 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 blah. Then he nearly succumbed to his primal rage willingly, out of a misguided desire to fulfill an ancient vow. Truly, this is the stuff of poetry, worthy material for a magnificent tanka. Corruption embraced, into my heart flow and fill, indigo river, crimson black with blood and ash. Promises kept, vows fulfilled. I've heard many tales concerning Seiryu before, but your experience calls much of what I assumed true into question. Although his unrivaled powers as a sorcerer are as expected, he's generally described as a massive, majestic dragon, rather unlike the serpentine being which you claim to have treated. This tale of him in his youth, this fledgling auspice mistaken for a guardian kami, is the sort of story one might expect as a cautionary parable, not a tragic and unfortunate truth. It's not at all hard for me to imagine how he grew frustrated and angry following Tenzin's death, for not only was he deprived of a dear comrade, he was robbed of a chance to fulfill a sacred vow. It is good that you helped him to reclaim himself, for a tortured soul such as his could have easily trod the same path as the mad auspice Goryu. There we go, and that's the only one that I actually need to do in order to get the mount, because I have all the other ones, I think. What about Bahamut? Oh, a tale about Bahamut, who visited the 7th umbral calamity upon Eorzean. But wait, the primal subsequently vanished with nary a trace, and the people's memory of that time is shrouded in haze. Are you saying you know the events that followed? Stop, say not a word. Whatever it is you know, I sense the secret of the calamity is best kept as such. A secret. Perchance my decision strikes you as unexpected. Well, my friend, there are times when the imagination must be allowed to run free, unshackled by the truth. For instance, what if Bahamut had been slowly gathering strength for his revival, unbeknownst to all? Now that would be a song to set people's hearts and minds alight. The words come to me even as I speak. From broken moon he descended, to bring his rage to bear. Deep in the earth he burrowed, to slumber in his lair. But along came brave heroes, whose light cast out the gloom. Smiting worm and minions, they spared the world its doom. Being that once threatened our very star. Heroes whose many sacrifices shall never be known. Such a theme will surely strike a chord with the locals. You see, be it the East or the West, people shall ever favour stirring fiction over strict facts. And thanks to your inspired idea, I have the makings of a new heroic epic. And there is our first high-end duty. Which I forget how to actually access. Oh yeah, high-end duty. There it is. But you can only go into it with a full party. You can't do it as an unrestricted. So you either need to do Party Finder or have a static that wants to do it. Hold on, ventures. Yeah, I do want to do, or at least try, the ultimates at some point. But I don't think I'm in any particular rush to give myself that stress. If I can find a group or an FC or something to play with, then maybe that'd be when. Okay. Right, yes. And then how... Oh god, hold on. I'm pressing buttons. I'm pressing buttons. I want... Post-storm... There we go. How far actually are we? So we are in patch 4.3. Okay. So there's 21 quests until we get to Shadowbringers. Let's go. After. Impeccable timing. We've just received a letter from Lord Hien. He writes that the Domans are coordinating their efforts with the Blue Cogent to maintain a constant watch over the Red. By staying on the lookout for signs of crystal hoarding and the like, they mean to nip any summoning attempts in the bud, thereby satisfying the conditions for peace set down by the ambassador. For the Garleans' part, the Populares have sent word that a vessel bearing Doman conscripts is soon to arrive in Yorkshire. It would seem the prisoner exchange is to proceed as planned. Lord Hien requests your presence, and I share his view that you should be on hand at this critical juncture. According to the letter, Yotsu's memory has yet to return, so it looks like she'll be living out the rest of her days in Doma, assuming the ambassador means to honour the agreement, of course. Before we get to that, however, I think it would be wise to assess her condition one last time. If the Domans have missed any change in her mental state, however slight, it would be better if Asahi weren't the one to spot it. Agreed. Let us make straightaways for the Enclave then. Lord Hien will be waiting. I trust you'll cope in our absence, Tataru. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Just be sure to come back safely. Dominant play. To be fair, can I still donate? Oh, you want me to go and speak with Mitsuba first? So yes, I can donate, I just have to progress this first. Good to see you again, After. Kozakura tells me you've been quite generous of late. On behalf of all of us, I thank you. As you can see, we've got the frames up now. The bones of what's to come, but perhaps it's easier than before to imagine how that stall over there will one day be a proper kitchen. Unfortunately, we've yet to address the poor supply issue. While it's true we've no shortage of rice and a few varieties of vegetables, some river fish as well, there's little else of note. The land here has always been well suited to rice cultivation, and you can't blame a farmer for taking advantage of that. But a man can't live off rice and nothing else. Hunting was more viable in the past, but these days you can't go more than halfway down the road to the next village without tripping over a shikigami or worse. Not much game to be found at any rate, unless you're keen to try cooking koja, and I'm not. Which leaves fish and whatever livestock we can raise on our own, which is not nearly enough to meet our needs. Brother! Brother, can you stand? Speak to me! I have no strength to rise, brother. The void within my belly is all-consuming. Leave me. Only the Firewalker matters. The Baduga. The Baduga must thrive. Mine own vision grows dim, brothers. So distracted was I by the Lupin's lengthy lectures that I paid no heed to my growing hunger. I fear we are undone. Too far from the steppe have we come to return for rations. Have yet to see a single sheep in this stronghold. I say, you lot look as though you're in dire need of a meal. We've got rice balls to spare if you like. You would share with us your food. We'd be eternally grateful. Delicious, delicious! I've emerged from dark into light, and My full belly now basks in the sun. In shape and colour it reminds me of booze, though it lacks any sort of filling. Booze. The Zala delicacy, I presume. A steamed dumpling of some such? They're a fair bit different, aye, but you can use all sorts of things as fillings for rice balls. Miso-flavoured meat is one of my personal favourites. In fact, it's one of my personal favourites, in fact. Unfortunately, we're having trouble securing a steady supply of meat at the moment. Unconscionable. Without meat, your bodies will not grow strong and robust. A Baduga who does not eat meat is no Baduga. The traders of the steppe are rich in that which you lack, and will gladly trade meat for your produce. In gratitude for your kindness, let us make introductions on your behalf. Well, far be it from me to refuse. Wait until the Shazankai hears about this. Our tribe, the Baduga, will gladly give you all the meat you desire, if you give us the one you call Hien. You're asking a bit much. That's putting it lightly. That said, from what I've heard, Lord Hien often speaks of his time with the Mole quite frequently. Quite fondly, rather. But even if the way to a man's heart is through his stomach, I doubt he'd go with you for all the booze in the steppe. Construction of the 10,000 stalls is proceeding apace, and talks with the traders of Reunion may soon lead to a wider variety of foodstuffs. So yeah, this is a long, because it's time gated weekly, but a long storyline in order to complete this. I don't have much stuff to sell at the moment. It's not a terrible way to get rid of just shit items that you have, though, because they'll pay you extra. Oh, she was thankful to us for helping to develop stuff. Oh, and now we could go and speak with Mitsuba again. Which I may as well do. Oh yeah, they've built the place up nice. What do you think? We've come a long way from a pile of sticks, wouldn't you say? Care for a steamed bun? With a selection from which you may choose, from meat-filled ones prepared in the Zala fashion to more traditional Doman ones packed full of vegetables, to others with a sweet bean paste filling. Or, if you'd rather have a heaping helping of rice with a bowl of soup, my man on the right can sort you out. It's got plenty of radish, just the way rich folk like it. By the Kami, the smell alone is enough to feed the soul. And it's all thanks to you, my friend. We couldn't have come this far without your help. Begging your pardon, but are you Mistress Mitsuba? The one in charge of the stalls? I'm here on behalf of the village of Isari. Aye, I'm Mitsuba. You've business with me then. Let's hear it. Well, we were hoping you might consider entering an agreement, whereby we would supply you with local goods. Not just for fish, mind. Shellfish, seaweed, If it's in the Ruby Sea, we can deliver it to your doorstep, as much as you're willing to pay for. That's quite the offer, and one of little reason to refuse. It's quite sudden and surprising. I wasn't aware of any seasonal surplus. Well, there's no surplus. Our catch is the same as always. Rather, we've got more, helping hands? A certain collective, you might say. It's the Confederacy, mistress. They're eager to trade the bounty of the sea for that of the land. Vegetables, meat, spirits. Mostly spirits, I'd wager. Ah, so that's the way of it. Even a pirate grows tired of the usual fare, especially when the usual fare is kelp or something wrapped in it. I see no reason to refuse you and your partners. After all, they were indispensable in the liberation of our homeland. Giving them a taste of Youngshires, the very least we can do to repay them. The bounty of the sea, you said. Can't stop thinking about what we could serve, boiled or blackened, or served raw even, if we get it fresh enough. You've got octopus, yes? It's been too long since I had octopus. I could have a barrel of Usuginu octopus delivered here today, if you like. Judging from that ravenous look on your face, I gather you would. Okay, back to what I should actually be doing. I'll continue to put stuff. Oh yeah, I've also got this. We've got a decent chance at getting 2 lines. Motherfucker. It's always a lie. It's always a lie. Ah, I see my letter reached you across the Ruby Sea. Thank you for coming so swiftly. Though I wrote at some length on the subject of the forthcoming exchange, there was one other matter I neglected to mention. It concerns Gosetsu. As you may have observed, he returned from his ordeal rather the worse for the wear. Despite his best efforts to conceal his condition, or perhaps because of them, he recently collapsed. Good gods, is he alright? Confined to bed and grumbling without cease, but he's shown signs of recovery. He made me promise not to tell you, lest you worry unduly, which was all very well when you weren't here. Now that you are, however, I think it high time he received some visitors. Might you spare him a moment? Yotsu has scarce left his side, and I imagine you're curious to see what has become of her as well. We'll visit him at once. After, Alize, shall we? Is it going to be voiced?
Open wide now.
Oh,
Pleased to you. I'm not so frail that I cannot feed myself. I grow weary of the taste of gruel.
You don't like it? Can I fetch you something else?
Aye, wine.
that's sweet.
Or if that is not wholesome enough, I don't know. A sweet persimmon from Namai? I enjoyed them in my youth.
A persimmon.
Nay, pay me no mind. I am full. Besides, we have guests.
I hope we are not interrupting your meal. We had heard you were confined to bed and thought you might welcome some visitors.
Confined to... a gross exaggeration. A trifle drained from my exertions, perhaps, but with a little rest, I shall be fighting fit again in no time.
Take off your clothes.
Pardon?
Gosetsu, is this how you've been spending your time?
Stinky old bastard.
My lady, I assure you this is not.
Off with them. We need to wash you. You stink.
Stinky.
What are all these scars? There are so many of them.
One.
A life of battle will leave its mark upon a man.
Oh, from when she shot him.
Is something wrong, Tsuyu?
It's nothing. I'm fine.
But leave me be, woman. I will not be fussed over like some newborn babe.
I do love how he's just had an audience for getting a sponge bath. Like, I feel like that's rather inconsiderate of our party. They make a convincing pair, do they not? On first acquaintance, I'd think him a doting grandsire and her a model grandchild. Indeed, had someone told me a year ago that I would live to bear witness to such a scene, it would have declared them mad. That aside, I'm relieved to see Kosetsu has lost none of his spirit. But what a turn of events. I mean, for her to suddenly be watching over him, couldn't make it up. Although I suppose Kosetsu is an old man. With the way he charges through life, it can be easy to forget. Aye, he has resisted decrepitude with the same defiance he showed the enemies of Doma. But no matter how adamant his will, no man can carry on forever. He's pushed himself beyond the limits of endurance too many times. Even if his health returns, the fact remains. He will never again be the warrior he once was. He's given his all for liege and land. We will ask no more. What of his nurse? If Yotsuyu is feigning that, well, she certainly has me fooled. This is no pretense. Yukiri, out of all of us, I'd think you the hardest to convince, so what makes you so sure? I've been spying on Yotsuyu from the shadows, waiting for the misstep that would betray her charade for what it was. But her mask has never slipped, not once. She's remained in character from the first. One evening, I watched her as she sat in her chambers, unguarded and alone. She had taken the dishes from the cupboard and was pretending to prepare dinner right there on the tatami. A child's game. Even the wariest shinobi would not go to such lengths. I can but conclude that her mind is truly broken. Well, that's good enough for me, and everyone else, I should hazard. Aye, the matter is settled. Yotsuyu will become Tsuyu and begin a new life here in Doma. Before that can happen, however, we'll need to present her to the ambassador one last time, to prove that her memory is truly gone. But I'd not risk parading her in front of our returning conscripts. Her presence at the exchange would only stir up mutinous thoughts. Understandable. She's as good as fasten the chains around their neck. Aye, which is why I mean to conclude this business with Tsuyu first, out of the sight of my countrymen. Will you help me? We are at your service. There's no higher purpose than the pursuit of peace. My thanks. The Garleans are on their way, and we must prepare to welcome the ambassador. We'll meet you at the docks with Tsuyu. The docks of the Doman Enclave? Oh, I didn't realize I could use my mount in here. Shall we wait here then? Lord Hien should not be long. Yes, this is my conversating hand gestures. My friends, have you seen Suyu? She's nowhere to be found. What? But the Garleans will be landing in a matter of moments. If she's fled, could it mean her memories have returned? I know not. Yugiri's scouring the streets as we speak, but it's possible Suyu has left the Enclave altogether. Captain, a word. Did you perchance carry a fair-skinned woman across the river? Fair-skinned woman, my lord? I do not rightly know. I think... Yes. Yes, my lord, now that you mention it, there was a lady among the passengers whom I do not recall having seen before. Her face was hidden by the brim of her hat, but I remember taking her hand to help her onto the boat. White as new-fallen snow it was. Was she someone important, my lord? Have I done something wrong? Wrong? No. No, I was merely hoping to catch our guest before she departed. Be at ease, Captain. It would seem Suyu has crossed the river. Kami, help me. No good can come of this. And has this been triggered by the mirror that Asahi gave her? Seems Suyu has gone unrecognized thus far, but Kami help us if someone catches a clear view of her face. Must find her before that happens. The responsibility for her disappearance, for all of this, lies with me, but I would ask for your aid nonetheless. We're at your service, Lord Hien. Now, as before, let's make the crossing and begin our search. You go on ahead. Someone should let Yugiri know what we've learned. I'll join you on the other side. We have no way of knowing where Suyu is headed, so we'd best divide our forces. I will take Kusakari and its surroundings. Alpino, if you'd take the road to Castrum Fluminis. After, forgive me, but could I ask you to interrogate the residents of Yuzuka Manor? One of the Namazu may well have seen our quarry. If everyone's in agreement, let us board the skiff and hope that Kami smile upon our efforts. Whoop. You know what, actually, let's show what blackjack looks like. That's right. It's just a big, kind of ugly airship. And because there's there's no way to see the player on it, like, the fact that it's multi-seat doesn't really matter. Whereas the reason the Regalia is better is that you can actually see each of the players in it, which just makes the mount feel cooler. Welcome to Yuzuka Manor. Yes, yes. Is there anything to... If there is anything you care to know, you need only... A pale-skinned woman? I've seen no such traveller, I'm sorry to say. Most sorry. Scaly-skinned Namazu, on the other hand, we have in abundance. Unusually pale skin. Yes, yes, I saw this woman on my way back from my fishing trip. She'd just crossed the shallows east of here and was headed in a northeasterly direction, for the most part. Her steps did not seem certain. If you hurry, you might still catch her. see no sign of Yotsu to the north. Perhaps she's somewhere farther off to the northeast? Hello? Still no sign of Yotsu. Perhaps she's yet farther to the northeast. She's gone to get persimmons. Yotsu's nowhere to be seen. Lying on the ground a short distance to the north, you spy a familiar-looking wide-brimmed hat. Cursory glance is all that's required to confirm your suspicions. It's the same hat Yotsu was wearing when you found her in the Sakazuki. Before you ask, our search for the Kusakari and its surroundings has yielded exactly naught, save this chance reunion with you, I suppose. Mistress Alize has gone to assist her brother at the castrum. It was she who informed me of the situation. I joined Lord Heian here shortly thereafter. How did you fare at Yuzaku Manor? Any sign of our missing guest? I mean, I wouldn't still be looking if I'd found her. Towards Namai? By the Kami, if the villagers recognize her, it'll not end well. We must hurry. Yugiri and I shall check the paddies. The village square is yours. Oh no! Oh, they recognize it.
Might I have one of your... Wait! Please! I only wanted a persimmon.
Kami, save us! Her spirit has returned!
She's back from the dead to seek her revenge!
It can't be. She couldn't have survived.
What did I do?
As if you don't know!
Good people of Namai, be at ease, I pray you. You have naught to fear.
My lord, forgive me, but what is that monster doing here? They told us she was dead.
I too was surprised to learn of her survival. More even than you, I would hazard. 'Twas I who cut her down, I who left her to her fate. But it would seem the kami had other plans. By some miracle, both she and Gosetsu were spared when the keep collapsed, though Yotsugu's preservation came at the cost of her memory.
You're saying she's forgotten? Forgotten everything she's done?
Lies! Lies! My lord, she would say anything to escape punishment!
What does it matter? We have not forgotten her crimes, and we demand justice! I beg of you, Lord Hien, draw your blade and rid us of this canker!
What I saw then, it's all true. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You're sorry? And what? We're supposed to forgive you?
Here, there's no need to cry.
A good-looking person.
Can't you see how scared she is? How can you be scared of her? She's not the same.
Until such time as her memories return, this woman shall be known as Tsuyu, and treated as a citizen of Doma. I will, however, see that she is watched at all times. Rest assured that there will be no more unannounced visits to the village. As your lord, I ask that you leave her fate in my hands, and suffer her to live, for now.
Please, Issei.
All right. I'll keep my peace. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters.
And some say he's still standing there, stroking her hair. It's been 17 years. That would have been better avoided. At least it did not end in bloodshed. And judging by Tsuyu's reaction, she remains oblivious to the events of her former life. This was no escape attempt. Nay, it seems it was an offhand request of Gosetsu which brought her to Namai. She came in search of a persimmon. And they say fruit is good for the health. I do hope Gosetsu finds the taste to his liking. Well, we've certainly taken the long way around. Let us continue on to Castrum Fluminis and our meeting with the ambassador. Alphino and Alize should be there, conducting their search. Now that it's November, I mean it is literally the first day of November, but now that it's November I should probably think about changing some of my glams and minions and stuff away from Halloween. I don't think I've got any Christmas stuff on this character. Not that I think it's acceptable to have Christmas stuff in... I massively overshot where the fuck I was supposed to go. In November. Maybe like the last week of November, but no. It seems our imperial guests have already arrived. It is time to meet with the ambassador.
What a pleasure it is to see you once more, Lord Hien. Not to mention my dear sister.
A pleasure to see you too, Ambassador. Forgive us our late arrival. You have our people aboard the airship?
Exactly as agreed. We would leave you in no doubt as to the purity of our intentions. I dare say it was the self-same spirit of cooperation which prompted you to bring Yotsuyu here today.
Indeed. Before excluding her from the exchange, I thought it only fair that you see her condition for yourself. Physically, she is in fine health, but her mind is unchanged.
How weird must it be to be the one with
So
amnesia being talked about whilst
but
you're right
all
there?
need not necessarily be lost. In anticipation of this tragic turn of events, I took the liberty of inviting some special guests.
Her parents?
Ah, Yotsuyu. You look, well.
Of all the people.
Is something wrong, dear sister? These are our beloved parents. Does not the sight of them bring back sweet childhood memories?
Gosetsu. I have to take this to Gosetsu.
It would seem my little surprise was not sufficient. You needn't glare at me so, Lord Hien. I merely did what any loving son would do for his family. Lest you doubt, I am content to leave the acting viceroy in your care. Pray, treat her as you would any daughter of Doma.
You're a cunt.
Do not grow too fond of this place, dear sister. You will come back to us ere long.
We continue with the exchange as planned then.
Very good. The structure across the river should serve our needs. We shall await you there with the conscripts. If you would bring your captives.
Agreed. Until then, Ambassador.
I love how there's no agreement of, like, time. Like, even, shall we meet there at dusk? Or some shit? And better than to trust Asahi. That was a dirty trick. Still, unpleasant as it was, we have at least put the matter of Sue's future to rest. I've sent her back to the Enclave with Yugiri to give Gosetsu his precious persimmon. Come, let us follow them. You have that look, Alphino. What is it? Oh, nothing of consequence, most like. We can discuss it upon our return. We should pay a visit to Gosetsu and reassure him about Sue's fate. I want to know that the Empire has finally relinquished its claim on her.
Gosetsu, are you awake?
My lord, come in, come in. When Tsuyu returned, her eyes were red from weeping. She spoke not a word, simply sat and peeled some fruit she'd brought for me. She then claimed weariness and retired to her chamber. Tell me, what happened to upset her so?
The ambassador arranged a surprise reunion with her foster parents. A misguided attempt to restore Yotsuyu to her senses. It was plain their presence caused her great distress, but she seemed otherwise unaffected.
Yotsuyu was mistreated as a child, was she not? It was a cruel trick to use her tormentors like that, knowing the pain it could cause.
Yeah, but Asahi's a cunt, so... kind of expect it.
I like this Asahi less and less.
Be that as it may, he has agreed to allow Yotsuyu to remain with us in Doma. Our primary concern now is to hand over the prisoners without incident and bring our people safely home.
There was one other detail at the meeting which caught my attention. I assume you all noticed the rather suspect crates within the castrum. The Imperials were quick to retrieve them afterwards, but I wonder...
Out with it, brother. You fear they might contain bombs or war machines?
If the ambassador wanted me dead, he has had ample opportunity. No, assassination is not his intent, but we should be on our guard for other acts of treachery.
My lord! Forgive me, but the Lady Yotsuyu, she's gone!
Fuck!
Gone?
I beg your pardons, my lords. I was certain she'd fallen asleep.
Where's Yugiri?
No,
Oh,
the
she's
responsibility is mine. 'Twas I who gave her a room instead of a cell. She may simply have wandered outside. We will organize search parties. Might I call upon your assistance?
Help!
What the fuck? Are these the foster parents? They are. What the fuck are you doing here?
Help me!
If only I hadn't remembered.
That's a knife.
He should hate me.
Gosetsu? Oh.
But I will not suffer his kindness. Not after what I did to him.
So she remembers, but she's still Tsuyu. What are you doing here?
Oh, it's you. What are you doing out here in the dark?
This is the Enclave, is it? When the soldiers dragged us back to Doma, you were the last person I expected to see.
You're the bane of our existence, Yotsuyu! A font of misery! You couldn't even do us the simple courtesy of dying, could you? Oh, no. You had to live and taint us with the shame of your failure.
Okay, their entire family are cunts.
Perfect life in the capital, and now they're making us wallow in this muddy ruin like common swine. I don't deserve this.
Now, dear, that'll do. There seems little point in berating the girl when she scarcely remembers her own name. Our time would be better spent contemplating how we're to survive this unhappy predicament.
That's the least arseholy thing that's been said so far.
You've kept your looks at least. I suspect you'd fetch a handsome price with the right buyer. Maybe enough to get us to Kugane and start a new business.
Never mind, fuck you.
Ah, my beloved parents. No sooner do I wake from gentle slumber than the world returns in all its cruelty. Yes, this is how it always was. How it was meant to be. Very well. If I cannot escape my nature, then I shall embrace it.
Stabby, stabby.
To the very depths I have sunk, my soul steeped in spite and rotten to the core. The self-righteous hide behind justice, but I need no such mask. Father, Mother, was it not you who made me into this monster? Who taught me the truth of this miserable world? For years I knew naught but the taste of pain and humiliation. But the time has come to savor my vengeance against Doma. Against all my enemies. And it begins with you!
Yotsuyu! What?
Serves him right.
Well done, dear sister. Did I not say you would come back to us?
Brother dearest, what a surprise. You always were a cold-blooded little worm. I doubt you thought twice about sending our parents to their deaths.
Your dagger yet drips with their blood, and you presume to judge me? To be frank, I didn't think you had the strength to slay them so cleanly. A single thrust each. I'm impressed. But surely you can't be satisfied with murdering a pair of doddering elders. You yearn for a deeper vengeance, and the power to see it through.
Why is the mirror so significant?
Please. I don't want to die.
Then you should have lived better.
Any sign of her? What happened here? I knew what would happen if she recovered. And still, I did nothing. You say she left with her brother? Whatever he wants with her, he was willing to pay for it with his parents' lives. But this is neither the time nor the place. We must gather the others.
We've recovered. Oh fuck. We've covered the Nuri's remains. I broke the news to Gosetsu myself. He was quiet. I think it best that he be allowed to have some time alone with his thoughts. So, my friends, that which we feared has come to pass. Yotsuyu has regained her memory and returned to the imperial fold. It is, by any measure, a cruel twist, not least for Gosetsu, but one which does not invalidate our agreement. According to the terms of the contract, we were bound to surrender Yotsuyu into the Garlean hands should her condition improve prior to the hour of the exchange. By that reckoning, all is If not as it should be, then as it must be. This I can accept. But what I cannot accept are the unconscionable lengths to which Asahi went to achieve this outcome. Given his recent conduct and his apparent admiration for Zenos, it's plain he cannot be trusted. And that's to say nothing of the unexplained containers he insists on bringing to our meetings. Whatever the ambassador is planning, I think it unlikely our negotiations will end peacefully. In the event of hostilities, the safety of the conscripts must be our first concern. As such, I would have an escape route in place before the meeting begins. A wise precaution. If the main structure of Castrum Flaminis is to be the stage for the exchange, then I believe a thorough inspection is in order. The citadel has stood empty ever since the imperial withdrawal. While we took steps to ensure that it could not be defended by an occupying force, it is entirely possible the ambassador has arranged things there to his advantage. I'll slip inside and make certain we have an unobstructed exit. Pray, allow me to join you. I have some experience of imperial facilities, and should matters take a turn for the worse, I would hope to be of at least some use. Very good. That should be enough to guarantee us a way out of the castrum. Beyond that, however... No. We will need a ship to ferry the conscripts back to the Enclave. Even with every skiff we have, it would take several trips to evacuate everyone. A Confederate Sekibune, on the other hand, would require only a single run, and leave us far less vulnerable on the water. Assuming, of course, Rasho can be convinced to part with one. Might I take the lead on this? I've had dealings with Rasho and his pirates before. And I won't be alone, will I, after? You can count on me. I will distract them with my side boob. Much appreciated. I quite fancy parleying with the pirates again. It's just a shame Lise won't be there to reprise her role. I'm certain you would make a persuasive pair, but I think I'll accompany you to these negotiations all the same. My lord, the ruler of Doma should not be seen consorting with common brigands. Come now, Yugiri. They stood with us against the Empire. We would ask their aid once more, we must treat with them as equals. My presence shall serve to demonstrate our sincerity. Indeed, my lord. Pray, forgive my presumption. By your leave, Master Alpino and I shall be about our task. We should be on our way to Onokoro. Time is short, and Rasha may take some convincing. I'd love it if it's just, hey, can we borrow this thing? Yeah, fuck it. Just subvert the expectation. Can I travel to Onokoro? Yes. It's probably Onokoro. But fuck it. Now there's a face I did not expect to see. What brings the noble people of Doma into the company of bilge rats such as we? If you've come to offer Doman chains in place of Garlean ones, then I'm afraid you've wasted a trip. And what fine subjects you would make! With your fleet at our disposal, our restorations efforts would be hastened tenfold. But let us speak seriously. I stand before you not to demand your fealty, but to request your aid once more. Mayhap you're confused. Doma's liberation was but a means to an end. We aided you only to save ourselves. Now we have no such incentive. We've sworn no oath to you, and will not come running like hounds at their master's whistle. And I would not presume to treat you thus. I come to petition your cooperation as an ally of equal standing. Equal standing, you say? Seems a bit lopsided to me. Where's the profit for us in all this? Profit? Must you always think in such short-sighted terms? Have you ever heard of doing the right thing? Have you ever heard of pirates, little miss? You'll find we're simple souls. You pay our tithe, you sail in peace. Deny us our due, and we take it by force. We'll pull you out of the water if we see you drowning, but we're not in the business of doing something for nothing. Calm yourself, Mistress Alizé. We did not come here to moralize. We came here to talk. There is much more to be said. According to records recovered after the liberation, relatives of your Doman-born brethren were among those conscripted into the Imperial Army. And as you may be aware, we recently negotiated the return of said conscripts. Many, alas, will arrive to find no families waiting for them, no homes to grant them shelter. I would ask that you offer them a place in the Confederacy. You'd not be rescuing strangers, but welcoming brothers and sisters into your ranks. And has not the Confederacy been in need of new recruits? You seem well informed of our affairs, Lord Hien. The losses we suffered at the Garlean's hands are no secret. But since we drove them out of Doma, the Ruby Sea has come alive with traders and travellers. So many vessels to tax, so few pirates to tax them. We could do with some more hands on deck, and doubly so if they're familiar with the inner workings of the Empire. Very well. The Confederacy agrees to your request. You'll have your ship. But before that, you must do something for me. The vessel I have in mind was damaged during your battle with the Empire. Though we have mended her, she's yet to be declared seaworthy. She's sound enough down below, but when you load her up with conscripts and the waterline rises, those upper planks had best be free of cracks. Assuming you want your people to stay dry, you'll do me the favour of swimming around the hull to check for weaknesses. That is, if Doman lords are not averse to getting their robes wet. Not this Doman lord. If we each inspect a third of the ship, it should be done in a trice. That's the spirit. The ship's moored at Quickscape Pier. Our apprentice shipwright will be on deck to hear your report. Look for a lad named Ihanashi. And I thought I had a knack for parleying with pirates. For the record, my previous attempt was an unmitigated success. And yes, I should have quit while I was ahead. Hey Misty, how you doing? Well, well. I thought the rumours exaggerated, but the young lord lives up to his reputation. Time to go for a swim. Upon closer inspection, you spot a small crack. Yeah, don't mind me riding my lightning horse in the water right next to you. And I think, isn't salt water, I mean probably not seawater because of everything else in it, but isn't salt water a better conductor of electricity? You see no signs of damage here though. Well, that's good. Just the one crack, then. Just the one swan, then. You're doing good despite the cough that doesn't want to leave you alone for more than 15 minutes. I feel that. I was worrying that I was starting to come down with something again yesterday. Because I've been struggling to regulate my temperature, but I think it was stress, to be honest. And the fact that this room doesn't have a door, because I took the door off. The idea was to put a curtain there. And I've put the, like, curtain rod holders up, but I haven't put the curtain rod up. And I don't have a curtain. So, you know, I'm doing well. But this room, because of all the like computer stuff and everything in here, like if there is a door in it and it's closed, it gets really stuffy. As well as warm quite quickly, especially if I'm streaming with like the lights and everything on. But when I'm working from home and it's getting really cold, having something to try and keep some of the warmth in without necessarily letting it just get stuffy without there being any, like, I don't want to stop there being air travel, but I just want to restrict it a bit when it's fucking cold. I am the shipwright, apprentice shipwright. Did you find anything that might need attention? The section I inspected seems solid enough. On the port side, near the bow, you say? Alright, I'll have a look and see what I can do. My apologies. It seems I've lagged behind. Could float in that gentle sea all day. Otherwise, I'm happy to report no visible cracking or holes in my section of the hull. You're Lord Ian! The captain sent you to inspect the hull! Have me have mercy. Forgive us this discourtesy, my lord. It's quite alright. In fact, I rather enjoyed it. I take it you're of Doma. Yes, my lord. The Imperials took my father away after the uprising, and I had nowhere else to turn. The Confederacy became my family. Someone told me they're releasing the conscripts now. Maybe my father will be among them. Not that I can go back. There's no leaving once you've joined. How fares Our Lady? Is she seaworthy? Captain, we found a small crack in the port side, but I'll have it fixed before you know it. I see you've met the boy. Did he tell you his story? He baubles when he's nervous. Should his father be among the conscripts as he hopes, I mean to give him the choice to leave this life if he so chooses. I expect to see if he so chooses, I expect you to see they are provided for. I've heard that those who join the Confederacy forswear all ties with kin and homeland. Is that oath so easily put aside? If I allow it, I see in him the lad I was 25 years ago. You say the words, you mean them. The yearning for home still lingers. My family's long dead, and I know this life is my lot. But he's scarce dipped his toes with us. There's a life for him in Doma, he should have the chance to live it. Well said. The Empire's conquest has uprooted many and more, be it in Yankshire or out on the Ruby Sea. We have a duty to ensure that Ihanashi and others like him are free to dwell where they desire. When the matter is settled, we'll make preparations to cast off. Well, my friends, seems we have our ship. Let's return to the Enclave. Stress reminds you of your hospitalization after COVID. You were so scared and didn't know what was happening to you. You saw 5 doctors coming in and you're like, oh shit, I have to be serious sick since so many doctors have come and my blood pressure hit near 200. I must admit, I have absolutely no idea what my blood pressure is. Like, I never check it. I also don't check my heart rate. But, I mean, my watch kind of does it. It's not overly reliable, but it kind of does it. And I don't think my heart rate is usually concerning. But it has been higher recently than in the past. At your age, it should be 120, 125 over 90, if you remember correctly. I think I have a resting heart rate. So that you're talking about blood pressure. I think I have a resting heart rate at the moment of about 77. Again, it's different. But yeah, like today, my heart rate has fluctuated between 75 to 124 beats per minute, which will have been when I've been like running around the house doing things. And my resting heart rate for today is 78 beats per minute. I think what you're expected, what's considered a healthy like average, is 70, I think. So it is a little high. You'll make my heart beat faster. Pitter patter, pitter patter. Doki doki? We scouted the structure and determined the swiftest path to safety. In the event of hostilities, we'll lead the conscripts outside with all possible haste. From there, the Confederacy has pledged a ship to ferry us across the One River. Now we have but to attend the exchange and pray to the Kami these precautions were unnecessary. While we were putting our contingency plans in place, I left Hakuro in charge of organising transport for the Imperial prisoners. You'll see they arrive at the appointed hour, leaving us free to rendezvous with our Confederate allies. Come, they await us on the riverbank not far from the castrum. Hold on. Fuck me. Sleevage, you bitch. So, tomorrow... Ooh, money? Not much, but it's something. So tomorrow I'm going to be going to a new player / beginner D&D experience. Hopefully going to make some friends, and maybe even find a group that I want to join. But because of that, it will mean that potentially there won't be a stream tomorrow, or if there is one, it will be later. In fact, what are their open hours tomorrow for the place hosting it? It's potentially 7 hours. Yikes. Not to say that I'll necessarily be there the entire 7 hours, but that's how long they're open for, so... Yeah, there might not be a stream tomorrow, depending on how that goes, or if there is one, it will be an evening one, most likely. But there should be... Jesus Christ. There should be streams on Sunday. And then while I have next week off, I've done it again where I've expected it to be here, but I've just massively overshot wherever the fuck it is that I need to be, because I'm not paying attention. During next week, it's probably going to be more... There's not going to be a stream. Either it's going to be a later stream, or I'm going to stream earlier in the day, and then stop earlier on Monday, because I'm going to a mental health group. There's probably not going to be a stream on Tuesday, or if there is, it's going to be later. Because I'm meeting up with my family. And that could potentially leave me in a bit of a state afterwards. And then the rest of the week is probably going to be a bit hit and miss depending on how I'm doing on the given day. I'll probably want... Well, no, I will. I'll want to stream. But worst case scenario, it might be that I stream something non-committal and just chill out in chat, a bit like what we did yesterday. Although I'd probably not play Final Fantasy XIV, or at the very least, not for the entire day. But we'll see. Your party's assembled then. Aye, and ready for what lies ahead. Lest there be any confusion, though, the tower across the water is to be the scene of the exchange. That, and whatever else Asahi has planned. But regardless of the ambassador's intentions, we will bring our people home. Yugiri, you are to evacuate the conscripts at the first sign of trouble. Yes, my lord. We, meanwhile, shall cover their escape, and lend what support we can. Your ship awaits you at the Castrum's loading docks. She'll see you safely home. When all stands ready to play their part, come, let us be about it. Wine stream. I do have some ciders, which, if I'm in a good enough mood, I might crack out. I was almost tempted to have one today, but I'm a sleepy bitch and it'd just make me more sleepy. It's been a good long while since I last drank as well.
At last, the hour has come. The conclusion to these negotiations will mark a new beginning for Doma and the Empire. A first step on the road to peaceful coexistence.
Indeed. We are ready to proceed with the exchange when you are. Forgive my curiosity, Ambassador, but is there a purpose to these containers you bring with you?
Oh, the supply crates. They are filled with materials we hoped might be of use in Doma's restoration. I meant to gift them to you at our last meeting, but we had so much else to discuss.
How very generous. I confess I had not expected such compassion. Welcome though it is. But then I was also surprised by the news that one of our captives had delivered herself into your custody ahead of time. A minor discrepancy I shall overlook in the spirit of the occasion.
Are you perhaps referring to me, Lord Hien?
She's got the pipe back, so you know she's a bitch.
Yotsuyu.
Orphan of the Nairi, widow of Sashihai, and acting viceroy of Doma. You and your people are mine to govern, mine to punish.
Well, well. It would seem your shattered mind is mended. As per our agreement with the ambassador, you are free to return with him to the Empire. Your authority as acting viceroy, however, is no longer recognized here.
My position is not for you to decide, little lordling. All who resist the rule of the Empire must be purged. Such was the order given to me by Lord Zenos himself.
Yeah, but we killed him. Kinda.
I will reign here in this putrid, pestilent swamp until the last of you has been broken. This land shall know no dawn. I will spew forth darkness and drown all in eternal night. And high above you I shall shine, uncaring, cold and distant as the moon!
What has she done?
Oh gods, this is a summoning.
It's not Shiva, because we've already fought Shiva. This is going to be Japanese folklore related to the moon. Which probably means Tsukiyomi. I mean, I say that, I know it's Tsukiyomi, because I've killed her before.
A dormant citizen has called forth an icon in direct violation of our primary agreement. The negotiations have failed. Abandon the captives and make preparations to withdraw.
But Ambassador!
Disobey me, Pilus, and you disobey the Emperor. Make preparations to withdraw! Now!
So he didn't even have his direct subordinates in the loop about what he was planning. Because clearly he planned to drive her to a summoning, because that's what all the fucking crystals were for.
My lord, you must fall back!
You ask me to run?
Strategic withdrawal. You must live
Spare
the
my
Doma.
pride, would you? I know this foe is beyond me. The field is yours. We will withdraw, but not without our countrymen. I want every soul accounted for. Every soul!
My lord.
I knew you would not flee. I see now the strength which flows from that baleful light of yours. But I have become Tsukuyomi, goddess of the moon and divinity of night. What power can compare to such celestial majesty? I shall plunge all I despise into darkness. And within that black abyss, even your light shall flicker and fail.
Does she have bunny ears because there's a
Come,
folklore about
let us cast
there being
the
a
storms
rabbit
and look
on the
upon
moon?
the fate of Doma.
I thought that
I
was
see a
Chinese
future
folklore.
in which the sun sets on this wretched land. Once and for all!
Or maybe it's that it's a Chinese brand of candy that is based around the bunny on the moon. Like in the West, we have the moon is made of cheese. In the East, they have there's a bunny that lives on the moon. Oh no, they make Shiva dirty in this game. Not so much. Shiva. I'll show you what Shiva looks like. I guess I don't need to do the extreme version. As far as Asian mythology folklore, you really like the Yoko Ono. Which ones? Oh, are those the snow spirits? Yeah, snow women. Yeah. Because like this is what Shiva looks like. I like the design. The only thing that I don't like is the icicle hair. She looks like a shit elf. That is because the person that Shiva's spirit is inhabiting is an Eorzean, who is effectively the elven race in this game. But I think, like, given older interpretations of Shiva, like from the classical games, I think that the design is relatively fitting. I just don't like the sort of frozen hair spikes, and I would have preferred like a crown or tiara of ice, but I can also understand why they wanted to step away from doing something that's already been done. You like her in 10 and 15. 15 is interesting because it's Gentiana, right? But yeah, she looks good in that. 10... I think 10 is the depiction of her that I think about most often when I think about summoning Shiva. It's either that or Final Fantasy VII. But I think the version from 10 looks quite similar. In 13, you weren't much of a fan of motorbike Shiva. I kind of liked having the twins in 13, but 13 with its icons was a very different approach, and with the Gestalt system and stuff like that. Like, I like 13, but I can understand that and I can appreciate that it isn't for everyone. But Snow was a beefcake, so yeah. A multitude of sins can be hidden by a sexy beefcake. Catch for minutes. Let's do it. You're easy to please. I mean, I'm the one that's playing Final Fantasy MMO as the highly sexualized bunny character. So, what does that say about me? The only way that I could have been hornier is if I'd gone with the cat girls. And even then,
It's going to be a long.
it's up to interpretation whether that would have been more or less horny. I don't remember. This is Shiva.
Your
Okay.
end is near.
When I say this is Shiva, that attack pattern is usually attributed to Shiva.
Your death will be all the sweeter.
Oh yeah, this is the thing she does. We go through memories. This is powering up her suffering gauge. The little BDSM-y, isn't it? Goosebumps. Here's Zenos. Oh, hey, Gasetsu. So this is like the light side of her time with Gusetsu, fighting against the darkness that has been the rest of her life.
In darkness blooms the spider lily. From mortal, I rise anew. Suffused with night, I shall prevail.
This is a bit fucking beautiful, isn't it? Yin Yang. I think I need to just be like shifting between the two before I let myself get too many stats. Yeah, I don't want to let it get to a full I don't want to let it get to a full on. I don't know. I'm kind of guessing. I don't remember shit. Well, it'd been a little minute. Okay, I need to be a bit more careful.
Oh, it's going to be a long night.
Apparently. Okay, we're back to memory phase. I think I'm gonna use Phoenix now so that I can try and have it back up again for when I need it. Because I don't really need Phoenix for this. I suppose there's also not really a good argument for why to hold on to it unless I'm gonna hold on to it for quite a long time. The better I use it and then get it back up. Okay, let's try and be a little bit more careful to not fucking die. That's some damage that you managed to avoid.
Moonlight's chill shine petals veil.
Okay, yeah, and the don't do the thing that I said before about avoiding having full.
It's going to be a long
full moon or full moon.
Your end is near.
Mommies are under protection. Apparently. I think we should be able to unlock the next dungeon. After this. But I'm not sure with how things are going. We're gonna get to get all the way through all of the patches to like reach the start of Shadowbringers. Oh dear, you feel like you're about to spit out your lungs. Yeah, bad coughs and stuff suck. For me, it's bad coughs and when you've had a runny nose for so long that like all the bottom of your nostrils gets like dried out and irritated because of blowing your nose and tissues and stuff. It's why whenever I buy tissues, I only buy like the soft ones, just because I hate how irritated the skin gets when you need that. But also, I think of like tissue and toilet paper, or as some people call it, toilet tissue.
In darkness,
like
the spider
life is too short to put up with bad tissues and bad toilet paper. Like, if there's two things that I don't want to have to deal with, it's added pain and discomfort when I'm already sick, or pain and discomfort after I've taken a shit. I'm a simple man. Okay, now she has swords.
Grind you under my heel.
But I have Phoenix. So fuck you. And bye-bye, finally. 13 minutes. I do love this arena though. Oh! She went through the Tokyo Ghoul experience. Those feathers? Or leaves? They look more like leaves, to be honest, like white leaves. I think they're supposed to be feathers. Her design didn't have wings though, did it? Did I miss those? She had like flowing cloaky stuff, but I don't remember seeing wings. Careful, they'll think we were doing something else. Why did that look like a luger? Is that what it's called? Oh, no, never mind. It's definitely not a luger. What the fuck?
You really must learn to finish the job. 'Tis true that a gaudy mirror and a handful of crystals make for a feeble summoning. But even the weakest icon is a god of sorts. A threat that must be put down.
Hang him by his nips on a freezing day off from a street light. Jesus.
My, such hostility. These beings are the sworn enemies of the Empire. I merely did my duty as an imperial officer. Will you surrender to anger then? Slay an anointed emissary to avenge a fallen foe?
Because he wants us.
You cannot, of course! To do so would burn the bridges we have labored so hard to build.
He wants us to kill him, because then the Empire has reason.
They're already ash. This Dorman woman has seen to that. The Empire cannot ally itself with any nation that refuses to renounce summoning. I believe I was most clear on that point.
You'd bitch slap him. I can feel that.
Mine. The power he bestowed upon her. I should have been the one to govern Doma. I would have repaid his faith.
No one alive loves him more than I!
Instead, this harlot betrayed his trust. Useless piece of filth! Worthless whore!
Right, I see. You want to be Zenos' bottom.
Thank you, dear brother, for this precious gift. Vengeance.
I mean, he does look a little bit like he's about to go dual wield like Kirito.
These people, our people, they ignore the corruption which festers beneath the surface. Cast aside that which is dirty and broken. Speak not of things which would disrupt their dreary little lives. Like you, Asahi. Always pretending not to see. You were the first. The first I swore to kill.
Teeth chattering like a meal from near.
Such bliss. I had thought my hunger insatiable. But now I am satisfied. You should feel honored, dear brother. I saved the last of my strength, just for you. What's the matter? The Witch of Doma will soon be dead.
Yeah, but we kinda liked Tsuyu. Tsuyu deserved a kinder fate.
Her happiness was never to be. Not in this world. I wonder, was the fruit as sweet as he remembered?
Heal her. As much as I might wish I could, this is cutscene damage. It's quite rare that we're able to heal cutscene damage. Outside of cutscenes, oh, I can revive whoever the fuck you want.
Lord Zenos. Lord Zenos.
Oh, coming to his private bedchambers, are we?
I am at your disposal.
I bet you are.
Asahi, you were born of Doma, yes?
Wait.
Yes, my lord. I am honored that you would remember me. How may I serve?
Zenos is damaged here. Is this
You
the version
are
of him
hereby
that they've
appointed
brought back?
Ambassador Plenipotentiary, and empowered to speak with the voice of the Emperor. Return to your native land of Doma, and announce your intention to sue for peace.
For peace?
Once negotiations are underway, you are to locate the acting viceroy.
She lives? That is to say, I will, my lord.
When you have found her, you will initiate a ritual to call forth an icon. I will instruct you in the necessary steps. Yotsuyu's faith is unreliable, but as a child raised to believe in the Kami, she will serve as a vessel for one of the Kojin's gods. She need only wish it to be so. The power will seem a gift, but the icon's essence will consume her. She will be no more than a husk, a slave to whim and desire.
My lord, ever since the day you saw fit to save my miserable life, I have dreamed of repaying your benevolence. Upon my honor, I swear to devote myself wholly to your service. All that you command will be done, no matter the cost. But I fear the subtleties of your plan yet elude me. From the reports I have heard, the champion who aids the Doman resistance would make short work of a single icon.
The icon is merely a message. The pacifist teachings of the Populares spread through this city like a plague. And I would remind the people of the threat we face. You will be my chosen agent. The hand which tolls the warning bell. The salvation of this world will not be won through the signing of treaties.
Your chosen agent.
It's giving
I
pick
will
me
not
energy.
fail you, my lord.
My face.
My master, Lord Zenos. He will come for you.
Oh. I bet you wish he was coming for you, though. Yeah, those have got to be
You have
leaves.
prevailed, I see.
She is gone. Wherefore did the Kami spare us, only to inflict this pain?
She looks happy now, though.
Death shall not want for company this day. You spared us a worse disaster, but I fear our fledgling peace with the Empire was beyond saving.
Lord Hien!
Maximo, is it not? I assumed you long fled.
I entertain thoughts of escape even now. But our negotiations have yet to reach a satisfying conclusion. The ambassador insisted that the summoning spelled an end to our mission here. But it seemed to me there was more to the tale.
So you're not a cunt. You're a good Garlean.
I have heard tell of this power you wield. And in your vision, You witnessed Lord Zenos giving these orders.
How can that be? Zenos is dead. He took his own life after the battle in Ala Mhigo. I saw his body with my own eyes.
Forgive me, but Lord Zenos is very much alive. He granted our party an audience prior to our departure. That he was gravely wounded is certain, but his recovery appeared to be proceeding apace.
Yeah, he's one of the only
I'm afraid
characters
I share Lord Hien's confusion. The man's death was confirmed and his remains interred. These are matters of public
to have been
record.
revived from the dead. Canonically.
I have no doubt you believe what you say. But what then is the explanation? That an impostor has infiltrated the innermost circle of the Imperial Court? The idea is inconceivable, absurd. But worthy of investigation nonetheless. Our movement can ill afford to have a highly placed pretender undermining our efforts.
Your efforts may yet bear fruit. Tell me, what is to become of our prisoner exchange? Though we have already taken custody of our conscripts, we have yet to release your Imperial comrades. Do you still intend to collect them?
Yes. As the late Ambassador's second-in-command, it falls to me to speak on the Empire's behalf. And I'm happy to confirm our intent to proceed according to the original agreement.
Nice.
Then let us be about it. 'Twould be a pity to abandon such a promising beginning.
Indeed. You have my thanks, Lord Hien. As soon as our people are secure aboard our airship, we shall depart straightways for Garlemald.
Tread lightly, Pybus. I sense treachery awaits you there.
Might I accompany you to the capital?
You want to go to Garlemald?
Imposter or no, if Zenos was instructing Asahi on the finer points of ritual summoning, then experience tells us there is an Ascian waiting in the wings. Without our knowledge and expertise, our new friends will be hard-pressed to contend with a foe for whom death is but a minor inconvenience. They need our help.
Were you indeed willing to share your knowledge of this enemy, we would not shun your counsel.
You truly mean to do this? In full knowledge of the danger?
I have seen the Warrior of Light risk her life on countless occasions. Next to her, I'm scarce more than a distraction on the battlefield. But in the meeting room or the audience chamber, there I can make a difference. I can strike bargains, forge ties, and change minds. And where better to do these things than in the home of our old enemy?
He has a point. I believe in you, Elfino.
'Tis not for me to stop you. But I would have you consider an alternative arrangement. Rather than braving the Empire as a simple traveler, go forth as an emissary of Doma. Such a position should offer you some measure of protection.
Go then. You've obviously made up your mind. Just try not to do anything reckless, all right?
She is so done with his shit.
Farewell, my friends.
I knew Asahi was planning some manner of treachery, but a summoning? Thank the Kami you were here, my friend. None of us would have escaped Yotsu's vengeance had you not intervened. She was a pawn, aye, but she still had a choice. and she chose to submit to the ambassador's plan. 'Tis little wonder Gosetsu departed in silence. Gather he left the same way he came, alone aboard a rowing boat. As for the conscripts, most made it to the Sekibune before the battle began in earnest, but the vessel yet waits on the riverbank for those who did not flee in time. Then I suggest we put this doleful place behind us, and make for the Enclave together. 'Twould be a shame to miss the joyous reunion.
How often have I imagined this moment? Thank you for helping it come to pass.
Love how much bigger the one wolf is compared to the other two. Like, it's clear that it's trying to say that the two smaller ones are their children, but still. That big one is fucking huge. The small ones are still bigger than most men.
Ah, there you are.
What?
Gosetsu, your hair.
My friend, what have you done?
An old man who cannot raise his blade has no place in the service of a young lord. Thus did I decide to devote my remaining days to pilgrimage. I will walk this land, offering prayers of repose for all the souls who left this life in suffering.
That's right, he's changed class from a samurai to a monk.
All of them?
Safe travels, Gosetsu.
A fulsome farewell makes for an enjoyable journey.
Scarcely have we said our goodbyes to Alphino, and you leave us too. But 'tis well that my companions find their own way forward. I must endeavor to do the same.
I have faith that you will find the best path for Doma without me, my lord. Pray forgive me this last act of selfishness, and grant me your blessing.
You have earned it 1,000 times over. Go in peace, my friend. I shall make of Doma a land where children laugh and none need live in fear.
There is no better way to honor those who went before. And with that, I take my leave.
Gosetsu. Fair journey to you, my friend. A bittersweet occasion, but there is yet ample cause to be grateful. Pray, join us in the Kainkan. I would thank you properly. Brothers and sisters are returned to us, and the dream of Doma's restoration is that much closer to being realized. It is a day that will live long in memory, and one that would never have dawned without the courageous actions of the Scions. On behalf of Doma and her people, we give you our deepest thanks. Lest you think me complacent, I assure you, I've not forgotten the dark cloud on the horizon. That Zenos lives is a source of grave concern. Mayhaps the gravest, yet there is little to be done but wait for Alphino to send word. Until then, I plan to devote myself to fulfilling the promise I made to Gosetsu by building a nation in which no one need live in fear. I confess, I miss him already, but the thought that he has at last found peace goes some way to softening the blow. I wonder, did you ever stop to ask yourself why he showed Yotsuyu such kindness? I believe the answer lies in past tragedy, specifically the death of his wife and daughter during the invasion. Though he hid it well, they were never far from his thoughts, and in Yotsuyu's childlike mien, I believe he saw not a fallen tyrant, but a little girl who was lost to him. After the loss of his family, Gosetsu devoted himself wholly to the service of his country. He suffered any hardship, strove beyond the limits of endurance without hesitation or complaint. Though Tsuyu could never truly replace his daughter, I had hoped that with her at his side, he might live out the remainder of his days in relative contentment. Would that the Kami had been so minded. Even now, I labour to discern any meaning in Yotsuyu's fate. To deliver her from certain death with no memory of her sins, only to leave her at the mercy of her stepbrother. Can that truly have been their will? That I cannot tell you. The will of the Kami is not for us to know. But what I do know is for a brief moment, a girl known as Sue lived among us, and that she brought with her a whisper of respite for a grieving heart. Thancred? I think it's time we were going, don't you? We've done all we can here, and we have a lot to report. Before we head back to the Rising Stone, let's call in at Ralga's Reach. We should be the ones to tell Lys about Zenos. After everything we went through together, we owe her that. Do I need to... Yeah, I do. I also need to restock on my ventures. But I can do that with the Grand Company seals. Shit. I have so many. So many. Also shit. Better than a stuffed alpha, though. Weird fucking knee spikes. Do I actually like this? No. Okay. Yep, so that's going to the Grand Company. Got it. Goodbye, Alpha. There we go. What do I have to do to unlock the custom delivery? Okay. Hold on. That'll be it. Although actually... Oh no, that is the quest. Hold on, yeah, let's go and unlock the custom delivery for In Ralga's Reach. It's that the quest only shows up when you are a crafter or gatherer class. Oh, I also have all crafters above 90 now. So I have level 90 equipment. I don't have main hand and offhand for every class. But I have, like, armor and stuff. I heard from Aunt Rowena that you're quite the artisan. If that's true, I've got a proposition for you. As I mentioned before, we like to think that our relationship with the people of the Reach is mutually beneficial. We create jobs and opportunities for people to live better lives. Perhaps you know Minago, one of the leaders of the Resistance? She not only agrees with what I said, but has even taken a personal interest in the collectibles trade. While I'm sure she's a brilliant soldier with a head for tactics, the collectibles market is an altogether different battlefield. Still, with the help of a few good crafters and gatherers, I'm sure she'll find her footing in no time. That's where you come in, if you want to, that is. Go and see her if you're interested, or don't. I'm interested. Because I've not done... Yeah, I've not done any of my custom deliveries for this week. So if I can unlock this one, and then there's one other custom delivery from Stormblood that I think we should be able to unlock as well, but I think the quest for that is in Kugane. Good to see you. If you're looking for Lys, she's right there. Eh? Who told you I'd taken an interest in the collectibles trade? I'm surprised. I knew you were many things, but an accomplished artisan was not one of them. We would have been fools to turn you away when you offered to help the Resistance. I'd be a fool to do it now. You're probably wondering why I decided to try my hand at a different trade. Truth is, it's not for me, but for the ones who couldn't be here today. The ones who aren't here to see what we've accomplished. A free Ala Mhigo, a new beginning, a new future. After we defeated Zenos in the 12th, I thought long and hard about what I ought to do next. I was with the relatives of some of the dead in recompense when I realised. I'd lost comrades, but them? They'd lost husbands and wives, mothers and fathers, breadwinners. Every day would be harder than the last. We'd won them freedom, aye. Freedom to be poor and die starving. What's the justice in that? So I decided I'd do something about it. I'd establish a fund for the widows and the orphans. Our way of giving a little back in honour of those who gave us their all. There was just one problem. I don't know the first thing about making gil. Other than soldiering, my only other talent was hunting, and I'll not raise more than a fraction of what I need selling pelts. But when little Galliana told me about collectibles and the prices people were willing to pay, I knew I'd found the answer. I'll not deny I've got a lot to learn, but I'm ready and willing to give it my all. So what say you? Up for helping me fill custom orders for a good cause? Of course, I'll not ask you to do it for free. You'll get your cuts. You'll get your cut. Script's good with any of the house's people. Glad to have you on board. First order of business, I'm in the market for some Gearabanian souvenirs. Since the liberation of Ala Mhigo, trade with other regions has been steadily increasing. Commodities people had to struggle to get are easier to obtain. People are getting a taste for more and more. Grodanians in particular. Got a feeling this is going to be the start of something special. And there we go. Naga. So what does she... she wants souvenirs. Which are actually called souvenirs. And I need 2 components in order to craft it. Okay. I believe I can buy those from you. Yeah, okay. So I need... I'm going to need to craft 6, so I need 12 in total. And now time for the most difficult of gameplay. Crafting. So hard. Because I'm massively overleveled. I might need to actually change. Some of my macros for crafting. With like the new skills that I'm getting at level 90 plus. But maybe not. But then you've got Basic touch. That combo's off. I'm a bit confused. Increases quality. Increases inner quiet stack up by 1. But it already does that, unless that ups it by 2. I might be wrong about when inner quiet procs. No. Gain a stack of inner quiet with every increase in quality. So unless that just gives an extra increase. It probably does, given that it's making a point that it does it itself. Because that triggers separately from the passive. Oh yeah, I should read one of those. What do you say? Ah, so you brought me some Garlean souvenirs. Good, good. For all they preach about not being wasteful, they sure don't seem to mind wasting gil. Now, on closer inspections, bugger me, you don't see anything like that every day. Hells, you're likely to see something like that once in a blue moon. Don't know what you're doing, but keep it up. I fucked up. I only needed to make 3. Thanks for all your efforts. The Gridanian collectors send their warmest regards. The items you provided were quite well received, I'm told. Thanks to the contribution of you and others, we've earned enough gil to start providing payments to some of the bereaved families. In fact, a young woman from one such family is here today and would like to say a few words. My name's Jermaine, miss. I joined the Resistance together with my father, but when the Imperials attacked the Reach, he was killed. I'm grateful for what you're doing, I am. Won't deny it's been hard ever since he passed, but I wasn't expecting anything, nor do I think I deserve it, but thank you all the same. I didn't want to be a soldier when I was little. I wanted to learn things, get an education. Didn't work out that way on account of the occupation, of course. That's why Father and I joined the fight. But now the occupation's ended, I've been thinking. When Ala Mhigo needed soldiers, I became one. But now Ala Mhigo needs learned men and women, so I'm thinking that's what I'll use your guild to finally become. Thank you for this opportunity, miss. That's cute. Zenos himself cut her father down when he came to the Reach that day. From what I heard, he died giving his daughter a chance to escape. We all had to make the choices that day. I was wounded, so I chose to flee with Kral and some few others. But I wanted to stay and fight. I told him, I screamed at him. But Mefrid wouldn't hear it, so he stayed, and I ran. I lived and he died. Came to light recently he had a family too, a wife and a child. Never mentioned them before, so I had no idea. I'd like to help them like the other families, but we don't know where they got to or even if they're still alive. We'll keep on searching until we do. In the meantime, I'll have to content myself with helping those I can. I do hope I can continue to count on your assistance. This is but the first step on an endless road. Full many of our friends died. We owe it to them to do right by their loved ones. And we will. I know we will. Where there's a will, there's a way. Nago's pleased with your efforts. She now considers you a supporter of the Resistance, Widows and Orphans Fund. And yet there is still much to be done before the fund can provide sufficient aid to all the families of the deceased. To that end, Nago has a new favour to ask of you. A lot of husbands died. We need your help crafting sex toys. Please, help the widows. We did well with those Gridanian collectors, but we'll need to expand if we want to continue raising money for the fund. And sure, I'd like to start dealing in Far Eastern collectibles. Apparently, according to General Alden, there are a number of wealthy individuals in Uldar with a deep and abiding love for all things Hingan. It goes without saying that the Uldana elite have more gil to spend than their Gridanian counterparts on average, so I expect we can turn a greater profit with this venture. It'll be more work than before, but I know you're up to the task. Alright, what you want now? Far Eastern Antiques. And also needs 2, so I only need to buy 6. And I can get rid of these. I forgot that the first level only takes 3 to max out. I should probably be using the Aethernet, given that it's right fucking there. Some high-octane crafting. There we go. Do I want to hand this in as a weaver? I mean, I may as well. It's one of the lower levels. Either that or I could do carpenter and try and get that to 100 for... There's not particularly any rush in me getting crafters to 100. Far Eastern Antiques, is it? Damned if I know how you can craft an antique. But the collectors don't seem to pay it any mind. If anything, this sort seems to appeal more. Now, on closer inspection, bugger me, you don't see stuff like this in a blue moon. Gotta say, Arthur, you've done more than your fair share for the fund. Wouldn't want to impose on you further, not right now. Rest up, come around another time, alright? There we go. Now we'll talk to Lise. After Halazay, you're back! Huh? No Alphina? It's good to see you, Lise. As for my headstrong brother, he's off on what will almost certainly turn out to be a once-in-a-lifetime trip to Garlemald. It's a long story, but We have evidence that Zenos might still be alive. What? But that's... If this is a joke... Gods, this had better be a joke. Look, I know what I saw, alright? We all saw it. And here you are saying he's alive and well and living the high life back in Garlemald? I know how ludicrous this sounds. I'm still having difficulty believing it myself, but while I might doubt the word of an imperial envoy, I'm inclined to trust Arthur's. She saw the Crown Prince through the Echo, in a meeting that could only have taken place in the recent past. It was him. It was Zenos. No, it must have been. I don't know, some kind of really convincing imposter? Zenos is dead. He had a great big hole in his neck. We buried him. Aye, someone went to the trouble of desecrating the bastard's grave, remember? Thal's gilded halls. Whatever are you talking about? Anchored? What brings you to the Reach? Alphino had me lending a hand at the Saltery, keeping an eye on the rebuilding work and so on, just until operations were up and running. And now that they are, I thought I might look in on you before wending my weary way back to headquarters. Forgive me if I misheard, but is there some suggestion the late Crown Prince could have gotten better? If so, might I suggest a quick look inside his coffin as our first order of business? Ugh, as much as I hated the man, it doesn't feel right defiling his grave. But if it will put this rumour to rest, I suppose we have to. And when there are no curious eyes about, if we can manage it. Zenos is buried up at Bloodhoe in the Locks. His grave was set apart from the others and left unmarked so as not to upset the locals. Then it shouldn't be too hard to find. Nargo, you're in charge until I get back. If it's unmarked, wouldn't it be hard to find? Or am I suppose unmarked doesn't mean that there isn't anything to indicate that there's a grave there. It means that there's no way of knowing who is buried there. But the choice of wording of unmarked always makes me think that it's just someone that's been buried in a hole and there's no way of identifying that there's even a grave there. I don't like this music. Is this Innocence? Yeah. This is it. Gods, he better be in there. Someone scrawled all over the stone a while ago, but I had it scrubbed off and thought no more about it. So no one thought to check if the coffin was still occupied. Well then, we're presented with but one course of action. We'd best be sure we're not observed in the doing of it. Shall we begin?
Oh dear. We seem to be missing a corpse.
Well, it must be somewhere. I only hope it isn't walking around.
Who's that? Garlean spy? There's no corpse, then are we to conclude the rumors are true? Not necessarily. We might still be dealing with a doppelganger of some kind. An agent could have been sent to dispose of the body in a bid to lend credence to the tale of Zenos' resurrection. More and more, however, I find myself siding with Alphinode's theory of Ascian possession. Speaking from experience, I can tell you they have no qualms about taking a living host, let alone a dead one. You're saying an Ascian is walking around in Zenos' body? Seems a distinct possibility. Once I've put this grave back the way we found it, I'll pay a visit to the people responsible for interring the Crown Prince. Before leaping to any conclusions, I want to know for sure if a body was ever buried here, and how certain we are that Zenos was properly dead. If he wasn't, then that was some trick. He as good as cut his own head off. Anyway, Raban needs to hear about this. If you find anything out, send word to me at Raga's Reach. Don't know why I'm surprised. With matters settling down in Doma, we would do another crisis. Shall we make for the Rising Stones then? It's past time we shared these developments with the others. While I was waiting for you to arrive, I spoke with Eorzean over Linkpearl and gave him a full report. Yshtola's on her way, and should be here any... Alizé, after. 'Tis good to see you safe and well. What news have you from the east? Shit's fucked. Disturbing developments indeed. Given all that we know, I too would conclude an Ascian now inhabits Zenos' body. A doppelganger might fool the Crown Prince's subordinates, but after? Nay, Alphino had the right of it. Would that his wisdom extended to the question of his own safety. Capable though he has become, he ventures alone into the enemy's stronghold, in the shadowy web of the Paragons like as not. When it comes to making rash decisions, I'm hardly in a position to criticize, but I'm worried. I just wish there was something I could do for him besides pray. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace... We cannot suffer icons to exist. Was I not clear on this point? More than clear. The icon in question was summarily dispatched by the Warrior of Light. The summoner is dead and the rite beyond repeating. Everything proceeded according to plan. Every party behaving exactly as required. My methods may seem extreme, but there is no cause for concern. I work only to ensure the salvation of this star. Doubt. That's a lot of mechs. Is this Doma Castle? Hmm? What are you doing fiddling with that thing? I asked you a question, soldier. Sending a transmission. What are you... Have you lost your mind? Damn. Apparently he's strong. I have lost many things. My mind is yet my own. There, upon the stage, I stood, prepared to take my final bow, only to find that the finale was but an intermission. Shall I use this chance to repent for my sins? Embrace goodness and mediocrity? Nay, I think not. While the one I yearn to face yet lives, the hunt must go on. Is this going to be something like Odin, where he's using one of Zenos' katanas that has been imbued with Zenos' need to hunt? Ponder. Been an eventful few days, hasn't it? But I suppose all we can do now is wait for word from Alphino. Don't recall the last time I had nothing pressing to be getting on with. We should probably make the most of it. Shall I put on some tea? Tea would be lovely. You may regale me with the tale of your adventures in the Far East, and of your encounter with this new primal especially. I'll put the kettle on then. That table looks free if you'd like to take a seat. I think there's going to be a bunch of cutscenes. Yep. Yep. Interesting. So this Tsukiyomi was summoned in much the same manner as Susano, via the medium of a sacred relic. That's right. They believe their gods, or kami, reside in physical objects. Given the danger they represent, it may behoove us to begin a catalogue of such relics. But if we are to contain the threat, we'll require a better understanding of the summoning method itself. I believe I shall pay a visit to Doma and learn what I can of the subject. Fine idea, and I know for a fact that our friends in Doma would be grateful for any information which could help to prevent further summoning in the region. I'll pen you a letter of introduction. Lord Heian will wish to welcome our resident expert on etherology. Greetings. Could it be that I'm in time for tea? It certainly looks that way. Come on, sit down and tell us how your investigations went. After you left, I went about questioning Bloodhouse gravekeepers. They all told much the same story. Once Lise and her officers had confirmed Zenos dead, his corpse was interned under strict supervision. There seems little reason to doubt their testimony on that point. But when I mentioned the defacement of Zenos' grave, accounts grew rather more vague. None reported having seen any suspicious persons in the vicinity, and all assumed the act had been perpetrated by a vengeful Ala Mhigan. Crucially, however, I was able to confirm that when the offending scroll was removed, as per Lisa's instructions, no one involved thought to check the contents of the coffin. By that stage, 'tis like that the corpse was already missing. Assuming Zenos has not, in fact, risen from the dead, we are left with two possibilities. Either the body was disposed of to lend credence to the claims of an extremely committed imposter, or an Ascian has taken up residence within it. If Asahi was as fervent a devotee as you believe, he would not have been fooled by an impersonation, however committed. We must assume we are dealing with an Ascian, and proceed accordingly. Agreed. The question is, how many more such monsters are waiting for Alphino and Garlemald? Their presence was his chief reason for going. He understood the risks. I only hope he did not underestimate the extent of the infestation. Meanwhile, on the Imperial Hypersonic Assault Craft, Master Alphino, making good speed toward our destination. Is aught amiss? Nay, 'tis just... I can see naught from my cabin. I was curious to know the land over which we flew. I am afraid our military craft are built with little thought for such niceties. I'm happy to indulge your curiosity, however. We're presently passing over the burn on the western edge of Otard. Even with the benefit of a porthole, your gaze would have been greeted with naught but malms upon malms of lifeless earth. I've read something of the burn. It was described as a desolate wasteland, bled dry of every last drop of ether. Aye, it is believed that a succession of Icon summonings were responsible. When Emperor Solus first came to Otard and beheld this blight, he said to have reeled at the scale of the devastation. He declared Icons a threat to our very star's existence and issued an empire-wide decree ordering the eradication of all such entities. Report! We're under attack, sir! Magitech armor. No visible designation. Magitech? But who? Ugh. All cannons, return fire. Damage report. The main reactor's been hit. Helm unresponsive. We're going down, sir. Damn it, they knew exactly where to hit us. All hands, brace for impact. So Alphino's not going to make it to Garlemald after all. Glad to have you back, Master Alphino. We've landed in one piece, more or less. But the air filtration system's damaged, and the ship's filling with smoke. We must gather the survivors and get out while we still can. Aye, aye. And now we come to, I think, the first of the... maybe not the first, it might be the second. But sections where we play as one of the Scions. Which, interestingly, still has my samurai stuff. Master Alphino, might I ask you to tend to the injured? And we have the Moonstone Carbuncle. Look at him, he's such a good boy. Such a good boy. So I have Ruin, Physic, Tri-Shackle, and then Starstorm as a limit break. Get healed. My thanks. I don't think I would have made it. Yes, he very likely saved his life. The question is, who would try and hit us, though? The prince wishes none alive. The prince? Did not come to parley, I fear. Ready your weapons. Shining Moonstone. Increased damage dealt and reduced damage taken. Nice. I appreciate that the reason why, like, NPCs have carbuncles is because that's what arcanists can use. That's the arcanima and whatever. Whereas the summons that we use are more advanced. But I'd still like to have more variety of carbuncles. Found it. Not here. Not like this. What? Who in the Emperor's name? Enemies of our enemies. Introductions can wait. You're calm in a crisis, Master Alphino. Let us finish this then. That sword looks familiar. Sorry, gunblade. That gunblade looks familiar. That attack looks familiar. Given that I have done Praetorian so many times. It's like home gang. Okay. Oh wait, I have... Yeah, that works. My thanks. Your intervention proved most timely. Well, well. Did not think to meet an Eorzean in this place, let alone a scion. You know of me, sir? I have some small history with your order. But I would speak of the present. Know you your assailants and the severity of your predicament. The soldiers bore the insignia of the Emperor's personal guard, and I could venture a guess as to their motive. But you yet have us at a disadvantage, sir. Will you not tell us who you are? Our names are not yours for the asking. And as for a purpose, let this be your answer. An Ascian mask? The face of our prey. We must away before more arrive. Come with us or stay, but make your choice now. Even should we manage the long trek out of the burn and secure passage to the capital, we would no doubt be greeted by the Emperor's guard. Indeed, we accept your gracious offer. Shadow Hunter will suffice for the present. Come. Fucking naming yourself Shadow Hunter. He's been watching too much anime. I am surprised that nobody recognizes him, though. He's taken down quite a few Ascians, though. The thing is, has he actually killed them, or is he just temporarily delayed them? Because you can't kill an Ascian unless you lock its soul into Etherocyte, was it? Or whatever the fuck was the MacGuffin that we had to deal with, that Moonbreeder was so significant for. This is intolerable. As much as I wish it were otherwise, there's nothing we can do for Alphino now but pray for success. Well, that's not entirely true. While your brother journeys to Garlemold from the east, I could make my way there from Ala Mhigo and find out what there is to be learned in the Empire's western provinces. Then I'm coming with you. Can't very well sit here sipping tea if there's action to be taken. Forgive me, Alizé, but the provinces are hostile territory and stealth is all important. It's safer that I go alone. I can sneak well enough when the situation demands it. Don't patronize me. We should leave this to Thancred. He's the rogue. Not you too. I understand your frustration, Alizé, but after has the right of it. We must defer to Thancred's expertise in this matter. Fine. Just promise you'll be careful. It seems that praying is to be the extent of my contribution after all. I'll stay behind, as I've been bid. We all have our talents. Mine just happened to involve a silver tongue and soft souls. I promise to send word the moment I learn aught of consequence. See that you notify me, too. I mean to depart for Doma as soon as I find a suitable East Allianant vessel to bear me thither. But I shall return if I am needed. Be sure to drop in whenever you're next in the area after. With any luck, I'll have a painfully detailed report from Alphino to share. Awesome. You have learned the emote Ponder. And now we get to show Y'shtola around Kugane, I imagine. Oh, after. If you've come here hoping for news, I'm afraid there isn't any. Everything's exactly as it was. Y'shtola's still investigating primals in the Far East. Thancred is still gathering intelligence in the Imperial provinces, and Alphino is still out there somewhere. There's been no word since his first scheduled report, nor does he respond to my calls. And all the while, I'm just meant to sit around here waiting? It's driving me mad. Begging your pardons. I bear a message from the Eorzean Alliance. Thank the gods for that. We have a visitor. Welcome to the Rising Stones. If you have a message, I should be most eager to hear it. Milady, the Alliance leadership will soon convene to discuss the matter of Ascian interference. They humbly request the presence of the Science of the Seventh Dawn. Having assessed intelligence provided by the Ala Mhigan Resistance concerning the whereabouts of Zenos' remains, they too suspect Ascian involvement and wish to deliberate a suitable course of action. As the foremost authorities on our foe, your Order's counsel would be most welcome. Of course, we should be glad to assist in whatever way we can. With almost everyone else afield, I'd say this one falls to us. By which I mean, I'm not going on my own. You'll come with me, I trust. Of course. I like the truth of it being, you know, I'm not doing it alone. There you have it. We accept the invitation. Thank you. The time and the date of the meeting will be shared in due course. I can confirm the council will take place in Ala Mhigo. By your leave. So they plan on involving Lys, I guess. I somehow doubt we'll have anything useful to offer, but standing mutely at a meeting would still be better than the nothing I've been doing of late. Let's make ready to depart, shall we? Thancred, what's going on, man? Alright, just be careful on the road back, you hear? Did I hear right, Rio? Is Thancred coming back? Aye, that he is. Says he's acquired some important intelligence. Being in Garlean territory, though, he couldn't risk sharing the particulars in case the Imperials were listening in. So he said he'd head back as quick as he could, and make sure someone was waiting for him in the Ala Mhigan quarter. Understood. After an eye I'll go. We're bound for Ala Mhigo anyway. There's sure to be time before the council begins. Come on, let's be off. Okay, well, before I do that, I am gonna go and see if the other custom delivery quest is available. Yes, it is. Oh, yeah, the minstrel will now have Tsukiyomi Extreme as well. Begging your pardons, madam, but you're an adventurer, you not? I approach you on the off chance you're acquainted with one of your distinguished fellows. A great hero by the name of Afterbun? That's me. What? You are none other than the legendary Afterbun, liberator of nations and scourge of the Empire? Kind of the Kamiya to guide your steps this way. I've been tasked with finding you see, by the lady-in-waiting of Sui no Sato. My blue brethren and I are assisting the good folk there in our certain endeavour, but they've been experiencing some difficulties. In seeking to address said difficulties, the lady-in-waiting wishes to entreat your aid. If you would be willing, I ask that you come to Tamamizu, where the lady awaits. Hey, Kurenai. After you came! Deep in my heart, I knew you would. I'm no less glad for it. To spare you the confusion, it's I, Kurenai. As you will doubtless appreciate, 'twould not do for the Ruby Princess to be seen outside the palace, hence my current guise. What brings you to Tamamizu? There is something that I wish to achieve, for which the Kojin's home is an ideal venue. As you well know, our people have long lived in isolation. I would change that. I'd have us emerge into the outside world. How did I conceive of this, you may wonder? It was none other than our journey together that sowed the seeds in my heart. Such things as I beheld and experienced, even as they filled me with awe, they made me keenly aware of my own wants. In the past, Sui no Sato engaged in limited trade with Doma. That delicate tie was severed with the Empire's violent arrival. Nowadays, a handful of necessities from Tamamizu is our sole link to the world beyond. But with the Imperial menace driven from the Ruby Sea, I thought, what better time to venture out of our little bubble once more? However, 'tis far easier said than done. Princess or no, you can't just go and change things as you please. There are hard-headed types who'll fight tooth and nail to keep things as they are, and you gotta win them over. With a little help from this adventurer here. It's about the short of it, I have to say, it's nice to see an Eorzean face here at the bottom of the brine. Well met, adventurer. I'm Sinana of the House of Splendors. Permit me to introduce Sinana. She came to be with us after her ship floundered in the storm. Our people chanced to find her clinging to flotsam and brought her to Sui no Sato. I'd be fish fodder if they didn't appear when they did, and so, to repay the debt, I'm helping Kurenai with her goal of opening Sui no Sato to the world. Sinana's insights have been most enlightening. In seeking to usher in change, she recommends that we distribute among the citizens such articles from the surface as they will find useful in their daily lives. I had thought to make my case only with words, but indeed a practical item in the hand shall prove far more convincing than any argument I could concoct. If our people are made to know the benefits of trade firsthand, they should be more willing to embrace change. With no rituals of import requiring the Ruby Princess's presence in the near future, I came to Tamamizu some while ago to commence our efforts. Alas, I regret to say we've yet to make any progress. Owing to the shipwreck, I've got no suitable wares on hand, and while the Kojin have been helpful, they're struggling to procure the kind of items needed in Sui no Sato. That was when my thought turned to you, my friend. As a well-travelled adventurer, I believe that we would benefit from your aid. And to my surprise and delight, not only was Sinana familiar with your name, She told me you're possessed of skills that would indeed serve our cause. Aye, anyone that's got anything to do with the house knows after. She's one of the best contributors on our roster. Now, while we don't have ready wares, we did manage to salvage some materials to help you along. Naturally, we don't expect you to work for nothing. In the house fashion, there'll be scripts in it for your troubles. So, you will help, right? Look, I realise the house has a reputation, but we're not all ruthless, coin-hungry sorts. Not all the time, anyway. At the end of the day, we're just people. Like most people, we can be driven by altruism. And make no mistake, Suino Sato needs help. Might be as the place prides itself on self-sufficiency, but the reality is grimier than that. Grimier than it seems. Every day, folk there are pushed to the limits of survival, and some of them don't make it. It's not our intent to turn Suino Sato on its head and transform it into some bustling hub like Kugane, but through trade, lives can be improved. Lives can be saved. You have our eternal gratitude. With the two of you standing with us, there is hope yet for our people. Well then, if it's decided, let's all get to work. Haste is of the essence, isn't that right? Indeed. This season sees many of us struck down by a certain illness. We have not an effective treatment, and each year it inevitably claims lives. While I'm no healer, judging by the symptoms, lack of nutrients is a problem. In which case, I might know something that could prevent it. A fortifying tonic traditionally brewed in Giribania. After, we'd be grateful if you could begin by supplying us with this Giribanian remedy. People are depending on you. Okay. I can definitely make that. I think it's the merchant. Yeah, he's got stuff. And I need 2, so I need 6. That's quick maths. Let's hand these in. I suppose I could also craft... I know what the next level is going to be, because it's just going to be the next thing I can buy, right? So I guess I may as well craft those now. Can't really think of a reason not to. There we go. With your cooperation, I'm confident we can convince the citizens to embrace change. Do I want to hand this in as a culinarian? Probably not. What? Are you just a full script exchange? Apparently, yes. Not that there is anything I can buy that I'd care about. Kind of an issue. I have nothing to spend all my fucking scripts on until. I mean, no. Even when I get into Shadowbringers, there's not going to be anything because everything's going to be 10 levels lower than the stuff I have. I mean, there might be some new music, I guess. Alright, let's actually read this. This is the Gurabanian remedy. It certainly smells effective. As they say, the best medicine is often the hardest to swallow. Now then, if I may take a closer look. By the Kami! Not even the sun-illuminated splendor of the ocean could compare to its brilliance. Yours is the work of the divine, my friend. With your help, we now have enough doses of the remedy to distribute amongst those most vulnerable among us. I pray this will allow us to prevent the illness's spread. Glad tidings. Thanks to the remedy you've been bringing us, even those who took ill were able to recover swiftly. The first time in recent memory there have been no severe cases, and certainly no deaths. Having experienced firsthand the medicine's efficacy, both our healers and citizens alike have been clamoring for more. Never have I seen my people so happy, so full of hope. Lady Hisue, my dear mother, she too has been feeling unwell. Might there be any more remedy still? Had you come asking earlier, my reply would have been no. But for a blessing, Arthur has just furnished us with more. I'll see to it that it's delivered to you. So you're after. I've heard about you. Aye, this is the kindly adventurer who's been working with Sanana. We owe our good health to her tireless efforts. I shall be forthright. I still mistrust outsiders. Many of us do. And yet, we are grateful. While we do not yet welcome you as the Ruby Princess does, we offer you our thanks all the same. As the Ruby Princess does. I'd love to see the look on their faces when they learn who you really are. Oh, Sanana, you mustn't entertain such thoughts, not even in jest. All know the Ruby Princess must live out her days within the palace. So has it always been. Should my presence here come to light, the citizens would be up in arms. We can ill afford to have them so distracted. No, I would have my people focus upon only one thing, embracing the outside world. Though they still have a long way to go, we will guide them, one sure step at a time. There's still much work to be done if the people of Suino Sato are to shed their apprehensions towards the outside world. To that end, Kurenai has a new favour to ask of you. Our people have begun to harbour interest in the outside world. We must nurture that interest by introducing more useful foreign items into their lives. And for the next item, I ask that you bring equipment that might afford us protection against sharks. In the past, such things were unnecessary as the people of Isari kept the creature's population at bay through regular and large-scale fishing expeditions. However, such expeditions were largely abandoned under imperial rule. As a result, shark numbers have multiplied to plague-like proportions, and in their competition for limited prey, the creatures have grown uncommonly savage. In order to keep our citizens safe, I would commence regular patrols of the surrounding waters. Alas, our guards are ill-equipped for such a dangerous task. Against the shark's tough skin, their weapons are as playthings. Though through the Blue Kojin, we acquired blades of steel from Kugane, yet while these are indeed deadly sharp, their weight renders them unwieldy. Not to mention, they quickly go to rust. What we need is a weapon that shall neither rust nor be stopped by shark skin. With your knowledge of techniques from above, could you please furnish us with such an item? Yes, impressively sturdy yet suitably light. A harpoon such as this shall serve us well against sharks and help to keep our waters safe. Truly grateful for your many contributions. At risk of repeating myself, I find myself marveling at your versatility. Is there naught you cannot do? And there we go. Custom deliveries for the week done. So I now need to go to the Ala Mhigan quarter. You two are a sight for sore eyes. Now all I need is water for my parched throat. Fetch me a cup, will ye? Traipsing through imperial territory's thirsty work.
God, I needed that.
I won't bother telling you to catch your breath. Whatever brought you galloping back to us, I assume it's urgent.
Quite. Without further ado, then. After the successful uprisings in Doma and Ala Mhigo, rebels in several other provinces were inspired to follow suit. Unfortunately, they did not fare quite so well. The Dalmascans paid the heaviest price. For their defiance, the Emperor made a show of razing their capital to the ground, prompting many of their neighbors to abandon thoughts of resistance. But not all have given up on liberty. Heartened by the news of Doma's prisoner exchange, some still believe that the Empire may one day be amenable to negotiation. We have the shinobi to thank for spreading the good word. They have worked tirelessly to keep the subjugated informed, and a little knowledge can go a long way.
There is at least a spark of hope, then.
A spark in want of kindling, yes. The Alliance has already begun supplying materiel to resistance movements abroad, many of whom would otherwise struggle to continue the fight. The support effort has been led by the Sultana and the Elder Seedseer, who have both seen enough Ala Mhigan refugees to know the consequences of oppression. And for their troubles, they have quickly earned a reputation as folk heroes in certain corners of the Empire. That is
That's
all
cute.
for the provinces. As for the Garlean motherland itself, our friends the Populares have suffered something of a setback, I regret to say. Talk is rife that Doma has summoned a primal, and the Empire's more liberal voices are being drowned out in the fearful clamor for retribution.
And who do they think orchestrated this summoning?
Oh, any but those truly responsible. Zenos has seen to that. Speaking of whom, the Crown Prince is recovering remarkably well. Well enough, in fact, to enable him to personally tour the provinces, putting the fear of the Emperor into the hearts of any would-be dissidents.
He walks in plain sight, and none suspect him. Then it's as we feared.
Yes. An Ascian wears his skin. But it was not that which brought me here in such haste. During my time in the provinces, I learned many things. Yet at no point did I hear any report of a Doman emissary in the capital.
But Alphonse should have arrived by now. Could they be holding in there in secret?
The possibility did cross my mind, but I have reason to believe he never reached his destination. As you know, Scions assigned to covert operations, such as Riol and myself, are issued special link pearls for communication in the event of an emergency. I mention this because it was originally Alphino's task to coordinate the response at headquarters, meaning he has one. And whose voice should I hear when mine recently crackled to life?
You spoke with Alphino?
Spoke with? No. I but heard his voice, and none too clearly at that. 2 words were all I could make out. The burn.
The wasteland on the edge of Otherd. Something must have happened to them there. There's no time to waste. We must make for the burn at once.
I had a feeling you might say that.
And? I can't very well sit around here drinking tea if Alphino's in trouble. You said yourself that this link pill was only to be used in emergencies. So I'm going, and that's the end of it.
I'm coming too.
Oh, far be it from me to change your minds.
Loath though I am to neglect making preparations for the council, we must act swiftly before Alphino's trail goes cold. I propose we first pay Heian a visit. He's sure to want to hear about these developments, and he may well be able to advise on how best to reach the burn. A sound plan, and your Stola's in Doma, is she not? I dare say she'd join you in the search if you asked her nicely. While you see to all that, I shall go and report my findings to the Alliance. You may leave any preparations for the council to me. Thank you, Thancred. Right, to Doma then. We have much and more to share with Y'shtola. That's curious indeed. While other matters demand my attention at present, I shall bear what you've told me in mind. Should you notice any change, do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you, my lady. You're most kind. Well, well. Two faces from the dim and distant past. Come now, it hasn't been that long. Who was that you were speaking with? A local miner who supplies crystals for the rebuilding effort. Of late, he claims to have struggled to find a crystal with so much as a trace of elemental energy. Upon learning that I had some knowledge of ether, he came seeking my counsel. Just now, he brought me one of his recent finds. It was precisely as he described, devoid of elemental energy, and eerily reminiscent of the de-aspected crystals that manifested in Eorzean in the days prior to the calamity. It would be wise to investigate this phenomenon more closely. Indeed. But on a more positive note, the locals seem to have taken a liking to you. More an interest in than a liking to, I think. The sight of a Makoto with a peculiar contraption upon her head has a certain novelty value in these parts. Any actual regard they may have for me I owe wholly to you and the others who came before. Everyone here has been exceedingly cooperative, and I am pleased to report that I have all but concluded my investigation. Simply put, by focusing one's will upon an ether-infused object of worship, it is possible to conduct a summoning. So, the fact that they are objects of worship is the key. They are themselves suffused with the requisite belief. Correct. Such sacred relics as the Kojin collect obviate the need for religious fervour in the summoner. Yotsu being the most obvious example. She had but to associate the artifact given to her by Asahi with the divine, and it served to amplify her desires and give them form. A form nourished through the power of crystals, also provided by her brother, and thus was Tsukiyomi brought into being. Which brings me to the question of preventative measures, to which I have yet to find a satisfactory answer. At present, I know of naught that will avail us, save to keep watch over the movement of relics and crystals, as if we had not enough to keep watch over already. But I doubt you came all this way to hear what may be perused in a report. Has something happened to Alphino? I shall join you in the search, of course. Thank you, Stola. I'd be glad of your help, truly. Now, if there's nothing else, I shall go on ahead and request an audience with Lord Hien. Alize puts on a brave face. He has little talent for concealment. We should join her at the Kiankan. I think after after we get to the dungeon and beat that, I think that's where I'll call it for tonight. Greetings, my friend. Alize has explained all to me. Needless to say, you shall have our full cooperation in the search, even if Alphino's trail does lead to the burn of all places. The region known as the Burn occupies a special place in Garlean history. Every child in the Empire is familiar with the tale. In the distant past, it was a verdant land teeming with life, but successive summonings saw it bled dry of ether and reduced to a desert. It was upon beholding the devastation that Primals had wrought that Emperor Solus was spurred to embark upon his crusade against their kind. The burn offers a glimpse of the future we seek to prevent. Know you of any reason why Alphino might have gone there? Aye, mischance. Though it lies on the route to Garlemald, it's no place to make a stop. My guess is they encountered some manner of trouble there. In any event, I'm of the same mind as Alize. We have no choice but to take our search to the burn. Given the considerable distances involved, 'tis best we went by bird. After and I have our yolls. Yugiri, will you ready falcons for the others? I shall gather our swiftest birds. Near the House of the Fierce there is an overlook. Pray, join us there once you've seen to your preparations. I mean, I can just fast travel to the House of the Fierce. Wait, I never interacted with this Falcon Porter. My bad. It's not a massive issue now that I have flight. But whoops. If everyone's here and possessed of a bird, let us away. Remember, our destination is a barren wasteland. There's no civilization to speak of for 100 miles in any direction. Take care you do not lose your way. And there it is. Let's do it. I remember the boss. I remember the final boss from this, but I don't remember anything else. But I think there's one more dungeon after this, and then we're in Shadowbringers.
We are come to the burn.
Music's kind of chill. It feels a little out of place, but I like it. Yes, I just got hit by that rock. Do I care? Nah. I have enough health. But yes, it is something that I'm going to have to keep an eye out for. Is falling rocks. Group up, nice. Thinking about it, there haven't actually been that many desert dungeons so far. It's pretty much the only one I can think of. Oh no, there's two, I guess. There's the Temple of Khan, and there's Cutter's Cry. But even then, it's not like you're actually running through the desert. Okay. What are the item drops here? Royal Volunteer stuff, okay. Alagan Ruins. Because why not? I guess this goes to show how far-reaching the Alagans were. Okay, group up. Defective drone. Doesn't look like much of a drone. This is a very, very small arena as well. Oh, they just fucked off. I see. That was easy. Of course, headwear. Can't wear it on a Viera. Though we are reaching the point. Oh wait, no, Viera was added in Endwalker as a playable class, right? Or was it Hrothgar? feel like Viera came first because we've already got Fran in the game from the Stormblood Alliance raids. Hrothgar as NPCs became a thing in Shadowbringers, but I don't think they became playable characters rather, until Endwalker. And then Dawn Trail has female Hrothgar. Yeah, because I think we had female Viera with Shadowbringers, and then male Viera and male Hrothgar with Endwalker. But the point is that if Shadowbringers is when Viera became a playable class, it just kind of becomes annoying that there's still so many pieces of headwear that don't work for Viera or Hrothgar. Especially when it stopped being just the one character type and started to become like, oh no, if you want to be either of these two, then yeah, basically give up on wearing most helmets. Okay. That's it. Get grouped up. What happened to it? There it is. And then this is the final boss, right? Silent Hill. Dargan. Mist Dargan. Now I remember that you are the boss. I don't remember what you do. Oh, okay, yeah. You start having radiating AoEs. And yeah, I remember this. There was a point of not being able to do anything. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm no longer being first. That was easy. I suppose dungeons are only built for 4 players on level, whereas trials are built for 8. So I guess it makes sense that soloing a dungeon would be a lot easier than soloing a trial. Big worm.
Between contending with bloodthirsty beasts and sand in my every conceivable place, I'm quite ready to leave this wasteland. But first things first. Do you see the crashed ship over yonder? Judging by its class, it must be the vessel that bore Master Alphinaud away.
War Machina. It would seem they were involved in a struggle. There may be clues. We should split up and search the area.
There's no sign of Alphinaud, nor of Maxima and his people.
These were no ordinary soldiers. Over here! The insignia on this man's uniform identifies him as one of the Emperor's personal guard. Hand-picked soldiers, answering only to the royal family.
That would explain why all the casualties are Garlean. They were fighting their own.
You're saying the Emperor was behind all this? That Alphinaud is his prisoner?
Aye, we must not jump to conclusions. Besides, Alphinaud is more than capable of looking after himself, is he not?
I suggest we return to Doma to consider our options. Whatever happened here, Master Alphinaud is long gone, and any subsequent search may safely be left in the hands of the shinobi.
Fair enough. You wouldn't get near my character in this outfit in real life.
Where
I
in the
wouldn't
world are
blame
you,
you.
brother? If you die on me, I will never let you hear the end of it.
Oh. Well, that was a decidedly uneventful journey. Almost found myself hoping for a sandstorm. Joking aside, I'd say our birds would do a good brush down and a treat or two, wouldn't you? Ugh. But yeah, I don't blame you for not wanting to get caught by this in a dark alleyway. I need to go and rework some of my glam now that like the Halloween stuff isn't really appropriate anymore. I do like my samurai glam. I think that's really fitting for a samurai. My monk is currently Halloween mode, so I need to fix that. My Dragoon's fairly basic. My Ninja is fairly basic. Reaper is just the Halloween armor set that you get from the event. But I do like that armor set, so I'm not mad about it. Viper I don't have a glam set up for, much like my Rogue Ninja. Because I've not played Viper, really. Don't really have a glam set up for my aiming classes either. My Red Mage is kind of basic. But it's basic, but I like it. I haven't really got one set up for Picto because I've not played it. Blue Mage, I don't really have much going on with it, but I do quite like this as an outfit. My White Mage is the same as my Red Mage. I do like my Scholar. I do really like this glam. It's so different from anything else that I do. Anything else that I have though. Astro is kind of cute in the dress. That's basically the only thing it's got going for it though. Is the dress and then the ribbon. Sage is quite basic. In that it's just the PvP armor set. But I kind of like it, and it's fitting for the class that uses what's effectively drone railguns to have this kind of tech approach. Paladin is just dressing up like lightning, but it's not a bad set. This is just the dressing up like Clive from Final Fantasy XVI, which is a perfectly good armor set that there's nothing wrong with. Yeah, Dark Knight is very basic, same set. My Gunbreaker armor I do actually quite like. And I really like this weapon, because even when it's sheathed, it fits with the look. But this is quite basic, because it's mainly just the level 90 armor set with a helmet that actually shows on a Viera. Kind of going for the military look, if you can't tell. Yeah. And then my crafters are all this same set, which I actually do quite like. It's very sort of Rosie the Riveter. I think that's what she was called from World War II propaganda. And then this is my Gatherer armor set, which I might change around. It looks more like I'm about to go and play golf. To be honest. Like, it's a mix of going to play golf and like going out on a night out on the town. But I really, really like these pants, which are from this year's Halloween event. They're just really, they are basically jeans, but with a chain and with a studded style belt, which is just so versatile. So I love it. Looking like, yeah, could be going to a party as well. I need to work on stuff, because that's what I was using for my rogue, which is a set that I like, but I've just not been using. That's the one that I will use for my dancer. But there's only a point in setting that up for my dancer when I have a set that is a glam that I can also use for my machinist and archer. That's my set that I use for Eureka. I really like the helmet from there. That's a set that I've not used for anything yet. But I do kind of like that as a chill, casual glam. That's what I was using for Reaper. That's what I'm currently using for my Black Mage for Halloween. That's another Halloween-y glam. Yeah, I've got a few that I can change around. But anyway, that is going to be where I call it, because I am a sleepy bitch that needs to go to bed. So I have energy to try and meet people and play some Dungeons and Dragons tomorrow, which I'm both looking forward to and a little bit nervous about. It should be good. I'm just hoping that there's at least a couple of people that I vibe with. If I can find a D&D group that I can meet up with, like, once a week or once a fortnight or something, that, I think, will be a big boost to my social energy and mental health and stuff. So, fingers crossed. But yeah, anyway, thank you very, very much for watching. Thank you very much, Misty, for sticking around for pretty much the whole stream and chatting with me. And yeah, I might see you tomorrow later on for a stream, or I might see you on Sunday. Have a good one. Catch you later.